doubleheader featuring the visiting Huntington University Foresters and your St. Francis Cougars. Now let's meet the starting lineup first for Huntington. Batting first in left field, number 33, Mackenzie Klein. Batting second at first, number 24, Gabby Hypes. Batting third at third, number 23, Jess Duvall. Batting fourth, the DP, number 2, Maddie Goheen. Batting fifth at shortstop, number 21, Maddie Duvall. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 3, Kaylee Bishop. Batting seventh at second, number 5, Chloe Gregory. Batting eighth in right field, number 1, Jocelyn Harbert. Batting ninth in center field, number 4, Carly Tharp. And the pitcher, number 15, Kinsey Malenkoff. The head coach of the Foresters is Tim Averill. And now, let's meet the starting lineup for your St. Francis Cougars. Batting first at second base, number 80, Sam Baker. Batting second, the catcher, number 5, Peyton Eiliff. Batting third at third, number 00, Abby Robakowski. Batting fourth, playing first base, number 14, Haley Schott. Batting fifth in left field, number 7, Madison Minnick. Batting sixth, the DP, number 2, Macy Dowd. Batting seventh, playing shortstop, number 1, Courtney Serber. Batting eighth at right, number 20, Joanna Gomez. Batting ninth in center field, number 25, Lena Vigiano. And in the circle for the Cougars, the pitcher, number 10, Ellie Souter. The head coach of St. Francis is Ryan Bolin.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
Westendorf Field is the site for 2 games today as St. Francis gets ready to take on Huntington here in Crossroads League softball. Final week of the regular season in the Crossroads League, and a chance for St. Francis to win the Crossroads League regular season title outright if they win out the rest of the way. They've got a 1-game lead over Indiana Wesleyan at the top of the conference standings, and we're far enough along in the season where the only 2 teams that can still win the regular season crown in the Crossroads League are St. Francis and Indiana Wesleyan. Huntington coming to bat. It'll be Mackenzie Klein in the leadoff spot, followed by Gabby Hypes and Jess Duvall. Maddie Goheen is in the DP spot and batting 4th. Maddie Duvall, the shortstop, hitting 5th. Kaylee Bishop, 6th. Chloe Gregory playing second base and batting 7th. Jocelyn Harbert in the 8th spot and playing right field. Carly Tharp rounds things out, playing center for the Foresters. Defensively for St. Francis, Minnick in left, Vigiano in center, and Gomez in right field. From third to first, Robakowski, Serber, Baker, and Schott. Peyton Eiliff is behind the plate, catching the right-hander Ellie Souter, the leader for St. Francis. She's been the starter to go to in big games for the Cougars this year. She throws in a first pitch strike as we are underway at 3:02 here in the first game of the doubleheader. 72 degrees in Fort Wayne. Northeast wind at 20 miles per hour going to help hitters here on this Tuesday afternoon and into your Tuesday evening. Ellie Souter in the circle this year with a 10-4 overall record, 2.77 earned run average. This is her 19th start of the season and 21st appearance overall, as this one is fouled down the left field line. Count moves to 1-2 on Mackenzie Klein, the leadoff hitter and leader in batting average for Huntington this season. .450 clip at the plate with a .497 on base percentage. 1-2 back into the glove of Iliff. She's able to hang on for the strikeout. And the leadoff batter is down swinging in the top of the first inning. That's a big out to get if you're St. Francis. Klein, one of the toughest outs in the conference. One away for the first baseman, Gabby Hypes. Hypes .237 batting average at the plate this year. Takes a first pitch ball 1-0. Huntington coming in 25-19 on the year, 17-15 in the conference after sweeping Goshen on Saturday. This one back to the circle and taking care of business herself is Souter. 2 up, 2 down. And now the third baseman, Jess Duvall, coming to the plate for the first time today. These two teams meeting at Huntington earlier this year. St. Francis winning game 1 7-3, and then victorious in game 2 6-3. That second game was tied at 3 after 4 innings. St. Francis scoring 2 runs in the 5th, another run in the 7th to get the win. This one trails outside 2-0, and you can hear the wind. It is blowing steadily towards center field right now. You're going to get a lot of help if you're a batter at the plate today if you can get it up in the jet stream. Souter just misses to Duvall. Count moves to 3-0. Jeremy Matheny, SummitCitySports.com. Glad to be with you. Live on the St. Francis Athletics YouTube channel. 3-0 pitch. Souter back into the zone. The called strike to Jess Duvall. 12 doubles on the year for Jess Duvall. Leads the Huntington roster. 3-1 too far outside, and a walk issued to Duvall. 2-out walk to put a runner aboard for Huntington. St. Francis defensively will try to make sure nothing finds a gap. With Jess Duvall aboard at first, here's the designated player, Maddie Goheen. Right back again to the circle. Souter on to first, and we're through the top half of the first inning. No runs on no hits, but the Foresters leave a runner aboard. We'll introduce you to the batting order for St. Francis when we come back after this 30-second break.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Nothing as we welcome you back for the bottom of the first inning. First time at the plate for St. Francis today. Sam Baker leading things off, followed by Peyton Iliff and Abby Robakowski. This is the normal Game 1 lineup for St. Francis. Robakowski third, Schott fourth, Minnick fifth. Macy Dowd is your designated player batting sixth. Courtney Serber, the shortstop, hitting seventh. Joanna Gomez in the 8th spot and playing right field. And then Lena Vigiano batting ninth and rounding out the order in center field. Defensively for Huntington, Klein in left with Tharp in center, Harbert in right field. Left side of the infield occupied by the Duvalls with Gregory at second, Hypes at first. Bishop is behind the plate, catching the right-hander in Kinsey Mollenkoff. Mollenkoff, 143 innings pitched this year, 14-8 record, 3.23 ERA. She is making her 23rd start of the season. She has had 17 complete games in 22 games started this year, and begins with a first pitch ball to Sam Baker, 1-0. Baker at the top of the batting order, .331 batting average, .418 on base percentage. for Baker. Does have that slap approach in a sense, but really she can stand in there, swing the bat just as well as anybody else in the order for St. Francis. When she gets on, she can really use her wheels. This is popped up and out of play. Now 1-2 on Sam Baker. One stolen base shy of 40 this year for Baker. Mollenkoff with a 1-2, and this one is off the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter. No home runs this year for Baker, but 18 runs driven in. 20 walks at the plate as well. 2-2. Baker battles one away into the on-deck circle where Peyton Iliff makes a nice one-handed grab. Wind is picking up once again here in Fort Wayne. You're going to have to deal with the gusts all day long. Mollenkoff with the 2-2 pitch, and Baker has drawn it full for St. Francis. Cougars with their 30th win yesterday as they defeated Bethel 12-4 in 6 innings in a rain makeup game. First time since 1999 that St. Francis has won 30 games in a season. Baker stays alive. Chance for this group to set a new record in terms of program wins throughout the course of the rest of this season as well, as they have eclipsed the 30-win plateau. And trying to stay in front of Indiana Wesleyan. Baker called a strike 3, goes down looking for the first out of the first inning. It's a strikeout for Mollenkoff. 1 down. Mollenkoff basically a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio this season. It's the right-handed hitting catcher Peyton Iliff. First pitch ball to Iliff, who has earned the title as the most patient hitter at the plate for St. Francis this year. 24 walks to lead the team this season. Takes a strike to even things up at 1-1. You look at her .311 batting average, and then you jump over one spot. .460 on-base percentage for Iliff. Just absolutely staggering. She's caught up here and falls behind 1-2. Consistently provides what you'd call a professional at-bat. 1-2 pitch. Mollenkoff is on her game early. Back-to-back strikeouts to begin the first inning. 2 down for Abby Robakowski, and we'll see how Huntington handles the third baseman for St. Francis. Robakowski coming into today, the reigning NAIA Player of the Week. She takes a strike 0-1. 20 home runs on the year. That ties her with Annalise Rayburn at Oklahoma City for most home runs in the NAIA this season. And we heard from Coach Bolin a couple of games ago. We're looking forward to games still on the schedule, and he said, Coach Averill, we talked about Abby and why are teams pitching to her. Well, Huntington is one of those teams that is very particular with what they throw to Robakowski. There are a lot of teams in the conference that are just trying to attack her like any other hitter, and that's just not the case. Power in her bat is unlike anything else in the NAIA outside of Oklahoma City with Annalise Rayburn, as Robakowski is now ahead 3-1. .469 batting average, .530 on-base percentage for Robakowski. Takes a 3-1 for a called strike to make it 3-2. Mollenkoff with 2 strikeouts, couple of full counts here in this first inning. Pitch count up just a touch. 3-2. Off speed, and Robakowski fouls it off to stay alive. 20 home runs, 53 runs driven in on the season for Robakowski. 40 total runs scored this year, second on the team. And she battles away another at 3-2. Huntington got a runner on, a walk for Jess Duval. No hits in this game still here in the first. 3-2, too far outside. Robakowski draws the 2-out walk. St. Francis with a runner aboard. And the first baseman, Haley Schott, stands in. Leo High School graduate. Yes, her brother is Brock Schott. He's playing, I believe, now back home in Indiana after spending last year at Miami. Haley takes the first pitch, strike 0-1. 4 home runs, 24 runs driven in on the season for Schott at the plate. Playing first base defensively, she'll slide into that designated player role at times while also pitching for St. Francis. 0-1, back up the middle and into center field. Robakowski will touch second and then turn and go back to the bag. It's a 2-out single for Schott. First hit of the game belongs to St. Francis. First and second, 2 down, and it's the left fielder Maddie Minnick with an RBI opportunity now for the Cougars. First pitch to Minnick, too far inside, ball 1. Maddie Minnick has held down the 5 spot essentially all year long for St. Francis. .313 batting average, 14 runs driven in. Also has 3 home runs on the season as the count evens up at 1-1. One is lifted up and will get out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Maddie Minnick. Certainly a taxing first inning in terms of total pitch count here for Mollenkopf. 1-2. Minnick fouls it away, stays alive. We'll see at least one more. Robakowski aboard at second, shot over at first. A walk, then a single for St. Francis after Mollenkopf struck out the first 2 batters. Up high, 2-2. Robakowski with a huge secondary lead. Throw goes into center field, and now Robakowski taking off for third. Shot will move up to second on an errant throw that trickles its way into the outfield. Forced that throw from Bishop, and now St. Francis trying to take advantage of runners at second and third. Off speed, Minnick floats it to the left side of the infield. Duvall is able to close the glove at shortstop for the final out of the first inning. No runs on 1 hit, 2 runners left aboard for St. Francis in the bottom of the first inning, and we are scoreless as we head to the top of the second. SummitCitySports.com. We'll be back in 30 seconds with more softball on this Tuesday afternoon.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Top of the second inning in Fort Wayne. Westendorf Field is the site for softball on this Tuesday afternoon, the first of 2 games between Huntington and St. Francis. Maddie Duvall, the shortstop, leading things off for the Foresters in the top of the second. Takes the first pitch called strike 0-1. Ellie Souter back in the circle once again. Jess Duvall was in the 3 spot. This is Maddie Duvall. Leads the team in runs driven in this year with 27 on the season. 3 home runs to go along with those 27 RBIs. A .308 batting average for Maddie Duvall. Fastball just off the plate, 2-1. That wind is really gusting here today. Caught the outside corner. Count evens up to 2-2. Two is a little bit too high and goes to the backstop. 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Maddie Duvall. Duvall, Bishop, and Gregory coming to bat at 5, 6, and 7 in the order here in the second. 3-2. Duvall battles one up and out of play. And that's been the thing about Huntington this season is they just find a way to split series or pick up 2 wins here and there. 25-19 overall, 17-15 in the conference. They have defeated Indiana Wesleyan this year as this one loops out into right field, and a leadoff single for Duval begins the top of the second for Huntington as Maddie Duval is aboard at first. Other games going on in the conference today. Mount Vernon Nazarene is at Grace, Indiana Wesleyan at Bethel, Spring Arbor at Goshen, and Marion at Taylor. Those are potentially big games for Huntington where they could end up in the standings. This one back to the circle. Souter bounces one to second, but it is in for the out. Fielder's choice. Runner aboard at first. One away for Chloe Gregory. Gregory with a team high 4 home runs this year for Huntington. Senior from Anderson and a graduate of Pendleton Heights. 1-0 is in for a strike, 1-1. Of course, Huntington will be back here next week. A week from today is when the Crossroads League tournament begins. This one is flown into right field. Gomez comes on to make the catch. 2 down. St. Francis will be hosting the entirety of the softball Crossroads League tournament here at Westendorf Field. And we'll have your coverage live here on the YouTube channel. Swing and a miss at that first pitch from Jocelyn Harbert, the right fielder. Harbert, .375 batting average this year, has been a nice spark plug. The bottom of this lineup for Huntington. Count evens up to 1-1. Kaylee Bishop aboard at first. Catcher's not usually your base stealing threats. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And again, I'm sure you can hear it. The wind is about as gusting today as it's been on any day during this spring softball season. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of inning number 2, runner aboard at first. 2-2 just off the outside corner, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Final week of the regular season in the Crossroads League. Head coach Tim Averill on the other side. 3-1 against St. Francis last year, 0-2 so far this season. On the ground to short, Serber to first. And St. Francis is through the top half of the second defensively. Cougars coming to bat. It'll be Macy Dowd, the designated player, leading things off when we return to Westendorf Field.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Macy Dowd leading things off for St. Francis in the bottom of the second inning. We are knotted at 0, scoreless as Dowd, Serber, and Gomez come to the plate. Summit City Sports glad to be with you on the call for St. Francis softball all season long. What's been a pretty historic season for the Cougars, eclipsing that 30-win plateau for just the second time ever. chance to rewrite some program history today. 1-1 count on Macy Dowd in the 6th spot in the order. Dowd, .343 batting average. She's had good pop in her bat this year with 6 home runs. As turned and fouled it off towards the third base side. 1-2 count. Some good ties between St. Francis and Huntington. As Dowd floats this one over towards third, throw to first, and a nice pick at first base by Hypes. 5-3 on the putout for out number 1. Jess Duval with the throw to first. 1 away. Those ties between St. Francis and Huntington. Down the third baseline, Coach Gower, the assistant here at St. Francis, former head man at Huntington. Been a really nice addition to a really good staff here for the Cougars. Coach Peterson and Coach Jacobson. This one's too far inside, 1-1. This is a group, 5 different coaches that, you don't see that a ton in the NAIA. Got a chance to dedicate some coaches to pitching, some to hitting, and Coach Bolin gets a chance to really run that manager-type role. But the input is felt all across the board with every single coach on this staff for St. Francis. It's a 1-2 count on Courtney Serber. Popped up and lands on top of the press box here in the dugout on the third base side to make it 1-2. Bottom of the second, St. Francis with a hit, Huntington with a hit, 1 defensive error by the Foresters on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. High and away to Serber, 2-2. Mollenkoff pitched in the second game against St. Francis, the first time these two teams met. Gave up 13 hits as Serber down the left field line. This is foul. Still 2-2. 13 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts for Mollenkoff in the first meeting between these two. Adderley and Bethany Hasselby were the starters in game 1 for the Foresters. This off-speed pitch, Serber takes it out into left field, but it is directly at Klein. She makes the grab, and there are 2 quick outs in the second. Brings up Joanna Gurmez. Right fielder Gurmez, .378 batting average, .452 on base percentage. Takes a first pitch ball. St. Francis is the team hitting .328 this year with a .403 on base percentage. Gurmez taking a called strike, things even up at 1-1. Center fielder Lena Vigiano would hit next if Gurmez is able to reach. 1-1 cut through. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody aboard, 2 down, bottom of the second, and Mollenkoff picks up her third strikeout already through 2 innings. We remain scoreless here at Westendorf Field as we head to the top of the third. SummitCitySports.com.
Recovery is more than getting you back to your sport. It's about building a stronger version of you. Our team of experts uses state-of-the-art technology to build personalized care plans that get you healthy and back in action safely. With no physician order needed, contact us directly to receive top-quality care exactly when you need it. Call 260-266-4007. Visit one of our Fort Wayne locations or go to psmsports.com to learn.
9-1-2 in the batting order coming up for Huntington. Carly Tharp will lead things off. Tharp, Klein, and Hypes coming to bat in the top half of the third inning. Sunny skies, 72 degrees in Fort Wayne. Wind is gusting out. Get a ball into the air today. You got a real chance to pick up a long ball. Ellie Souter's first pitch is fouled back by Tharp. Count begins at 0-1. So far through 2 innings, just 1 hit for Huntington, 1 strikeout for Souter as well. Up in the zone, 1 ball and 1 strike. Carly Tharp in the 9 spot, 277 at the plate this year. 15 runs driven in. First pitch misses away off the 1-1 to make it 2-1. Trying to start something in the 9 spot, roll it over towards the top of the order and see if you can't come through offensively here in the 3rd. First games between these two, it was runs early. St. Francis scored 7 runs throughout the course of the first 5 innings in game 1 against Huntington at Huntington. Souter went 3 2/3, had 5 strikeouts in the first meeting. This is looped out towards right field. Baker going over, couldn't get to it. And they'll drop in for a hit. Tharp with a single to start the 3rd. Now to the top of the order with Mackenzie Klein. Chance that Klein could lay down a bunt in this situation. She turned, thought about it, pulled it back, takes ball 1. That kind of shows the hand there for Huntington, what they're trying to do in this situation. Move her under to second base. The speedy Klein at the dish. 1-0. Bunt is laid down, third baseline. Robakowski on to first. Shot able to remain at the bag and cover. Runner moves up to second on the sacrifice bunt, but a nice play over at third by Robakowski. 1 down. Tharp moves into scoring position, and it brings up Gabby Hypes, who grounded back to Souter in the first. 4 different groundouts have come back her way today. And the one that ended up in a fielder's choice with Bishop, that she had to use a little short hop to get it to Baker at second. She's ahead 0-2 now on Gabby Hypes. Hypes just 1 walk this year compared to 9 strikeouts. Looking to swing early and often. And put this one on the ground to first, went off the bag at first, and everybody is going to be safe as that took a tough hop on Haley's shot over at first base. Hopped off the bag and then trying to knock it down. Nothing you can really do defensively. Runners at the corners, 1 away for Jess Duval. Jess Duval, 16 runs driven in this year, and she's got an RBI chance with runners at the corners. Swings through the first pitch, 0-1. Hypes over at first, not a huge threat to steal either, but you may get a runner in motion here to see if you draw a throw. And there she is on the move. So we're trying to lay down a bunt. Pushed it foul, 0-2. Had both runners in motion there with suicide squeeze play on. Too far outside from Souter, but good spot to live in when you're up 0-2. Tharp over at third, Hypes aboard at first. 1 down, top of the 3rd inning. 1-2. And a strikeout for Souter in a big spot. She gets out number 2 with her 2nd strikeout of the day, going up the ladder to get the K. 2 down for Maddie Goheen. Designated player who more than likely step back and play catcher in game 2. First pitch misses to Goheen, ball 1. Fort Wayne native Goheen, graduate of Carroll High School. The only Fort Wayne native on the roster, and she takes this one up the middle into center field. Goheen with the RBI single, and Huntington is on the board first here in the third inning. Goheen with that RBI, her 26th of the season. And Foresters are in front first. Tharp scoring from third. And now Maddie Duvall standing in. First pitch called strike 0-1 to Maddie Duvall. She singled and then was out at second base on that fielder's choice in the last inning. 0-1 off the end of the bat, fouled away, now 0-2. A run in the third to give the Foresters the lead. Stays 0-2. Keep you up to date with the other scores going on in the Crossroads League today. Do that throughout the course of this broadcast, as it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Maddie Duvall. Souter 1-2, just off the outside corner to Duvall. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Be the 9 spot in the order for St. Francis when they come to bat. Popped up, and it is out of play. Still 2-2 on Maddie Duvall. Spring Arbor at Goshen. It is 8-0 in the bottom of the 6th there. Those are really the only games going on right now that have scores in the early going. 3-2 count on Duvall. Runners will be on the move. Goheen at first, Hypes at second. Cougars needing 1 out to get through the third. Out of play again on this pop-up from Duvall. Taylor leading Marion 2-0. The top of the second there. It is 6-0 Indiana Wesleyan in the bottom of the first at Bethel. 3-2 floated to short. Serber will make the tag, and that ends the top of the third. Just a 1-0 lead for Huntington. 9 spot in the order due up for St. Francis when we return to Westendorf Field.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead girls golf team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Lena Vigiano leads off the bottom of the third inning for St. Francis. 9-1-2 in the batting order for the Cougs, and St. Francis was able to, or Huntington rather, was able to produce a run after getting the leadoff batter on to start this third inning. Was the 9 spot in the order as well. Mollenkoff throws in and just missed there. Home plate umpire will check down to first. Vigiano did not go around. It's a 1-1 count. Mollenkoff missing into the right-handed batter's box. 2-1 to Vigiano. Every day, every game, for the most part, starting center fielder. 404 on base percentage. Could throw her in the conversation with Iliff, one of those really good approaches in terms of overall patience, drawing walks. 14 of them this year for Vigiano, make it 15, and it's a leadoff walk for St. Francis to start the bottom of the third. Talked to a lot of coaches around the game. It's the leadoff walks and the two-out walks that really drive you crazy. Back to the top of the order with Sam Baker. And a bunt situation here for St. Francis. Baker holds off on the bunt attempt initially and takes a ball 1-0. Jess Duvall over at third is in front of the bag, probably about 45 feet from home plate and inching up the line. Baker thought about the slap this time, takes a strike, 1-1. Baker struck out swinging in the first. Just too far off the plate here, 2-1. Vigiano aboard at first. And that is too far outside again to Baker. 3 balls and 1 strike on Sam Baker. And again, trying to lay down a bunt here. Mollenkopf trying to work around that bat. Caught the outside corner. Count is now full at 3-2, and Jess Duvall will step back to more even with the bag over at third. Still a chance that Baker could lay down a bunt. 3-2 pitch, swinging away, and this is foul down the left field line. But the catch was made in left field by Klein, out number 1. Apologize, our view's a little bit obstructed here towards the left field corner. Had to wait on the home plate umpire to make that call. 1 down for Peyton Iliff. And Iliff swinging and fouling away the first pitch, 0-1. She struck out swinging in the first. One misses to Iliff. Count evens up, 1 ball and 1 strike. Vigiano aboard at first. St. Francis trailing by a run after Huntington scored in the top of this frame. Robakowski due up next. Hoping for St. Francis' sake that there will be 2 runners on for Iliff. Now ahead 3-1. She's a power threat herself. 5 home runs this season, 29 runs driven in. Puts her second on the team in RBIs. Count now full on Iliff. Vigiano over at first, 3-2. Runner on the move, it was high, ball 4. Walk drawn by Iliff. Vigiano up to second, and now Abby Robakowski stands in with 2 runners aboard and 1 down. She did walk in the first inning. Huntington didn't necessarily pitch around her in the first, though. We'll see how they approach this at-bat. First pitch, strike 0-1, with Schott due up next. Healthy cut by Robakowski. She falls behind 0-2. One of the best bats in the country. Mollenkopf, 0-2 pitch. Robakowski on a line to short. Duvall makes the catch through to second. Ball trickles away, and Vigiano's going to move up to third because of it. So an out recorded, but St. Francis is able to move runners to the corners. So Vigiano up to third, Iliff over at first. 2 down for Haley Schott. First pitch swinging for Schott, 0-1. Good game so far, good battle here in this third inning. Foresters are one of those teams when it's time for the tournament, there's not going to be anybody in the conference who's like, yeah, let's play HU. Runner taken off for second. Tried to have a cut throw there as Iliff will swipe second base. Runners at second and third, 1-1 count for Haley's shot, and a chance for her to come through and maybe put St. Francis in front. Just missing 2-shot, 2-1. Zone may be just a little bit tight today behind home plate. As we always say, though, you got to adjust to the guy that's calling balls and strikes. Off speed, drops into the zone to shot. It's 2-2. Mollenkoff with the 2-2 to shot. Laid off, and it's now full. First base unoccupied. Runners will not be on the move. Maddie Minnick would hit next. 3-2 on shot. Mollenkoff with a payoff pitch. And fouled back into the glove for strike 3. And Huntington forces St. Francis to leave 2 runners aboard in the third. We are through 3 innings. 1-0 lead for the Foresters here in Fort Wayne.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Top of the fourth inning, back in Fort Wayne, and a 1-0 lead for Huntington over St. Francis. Foresters coming to bat. Kaylee Bishop leads things off and takes a first pitch strike 0-1. It's 6, 7, and 8 in the batting order for Huntington. Bishop, Gregory, and Harbert scheduled to hit in the fourth. Ellie Souter through 3 innings, just 1 earned run, but this normally prolific St. Francis offense hasn't been able to quite time up Mollenkoff today. Time called. Wind picking up once again, creating a nice breeze for us here in the press box at least. 1-1 on the ground, right side of the infield. It's Baker over to shot. 4-3 on the ground out. 1 up, 1 down in the fourth. Now Chloe Gregory to the dish. Foresters round out their regular season on the road Saturday at Indiana Wesleyan. First pitch ball from Souter. And right now trying to battle. They could potentially move up from 5-3 depending upon how other games shake out in the Crossroads League over the next 5 days. 2-0 on Gregory. And back up into center field as Gregory delivers what'll go down as the 5th hit of the day for Huntington. Runner at first and 1 down. It's Jocelyn Harbert coming to the plate. Discussion in the circle right now for Peyton Iliff and Ellie Souter. Iliff says everything is good. Harbert grounded out to short to end the 2nd inning. Beginning from the left side. And we are back in action. Tried to lay down the bunt. It is a strike 0-1. The ability to bunt and move runners over in a game that's going to be as tightly contested as we feel like this one is so important. Huntington has done a nice job of moving runners. On the ground to short, Serber to second for 1. Not in time to first, but 2 down. As they get the fielder's choice. Courtney Serber with a good turn. 2 away. 9 spot in the order. Carly Tharp singled and has scored the game's only run. First pitch into right. Gomez coming in. She makes the catch. And it's still a 1-0 game as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Let's see if St. Francis can get something cooking offensively when we come back to Westendorf Field.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Fort Wayne, Indiana, Westendorf Field is the site for doubleheader softball in the Crossroads League. Tuesday afternoon, we'll be back here at home on Thursday for 2 games against Taylor and then 2 games at Marion to round out the regular season for St. Francis. Cougars are a game ahead of Indiana Wesleyan in the conference standings for the regular season title. Still 6 games to play for both teams as Minnick takes the first pitch ball 1-0. Indiana Wesleyan will be at home against Marion tomorrow and then hosting HU on Saturday. Mollenkoff floats one to the inside corner and gets a called strike on Maddie Minnick. 1-1. Minnick lined out to short to end the first. Turned to bunt here, popped it up, and it is foul on the third base line. Now 1-2. Jess Duvall over at third. Maddie Duvall is the shortstop. They really lock down the left side of the infield for Huntington. 1-2. Minnick fouls it back and off the netting. Live to see at least one more pitch in this at-bat. Dugout certainly lively right now for St. Francis. This is floated into right field. Harbert coming in, had to use her non-glove hand to block the sun, but she does make the catch. 1 down, and it's the 6th spot in the order. Macy Dowd hitting with 1 away and nobody on. St. Francis got cooking early in the first game of the doubleheader when these two sides met at Huntington. This has popped up again, and over at second base, Gregory is the one who gets underneath it for out number 2. Now the shortstop, Courtney Serber, with 2 down. And really, it was runs early in both games for both teams. We did not see the pitcher's duel that we've seen so far today. Courtney Serber takes a first pitch strike 0-1. Serber flew out to left. It was in the second. St. Francis only 1 hit. Was back in the first inning. Serber's now down 0-2. Had 2 walks in the last inning, had runners at second and third, could not produce a run. Mollenkoff with the 0-2. Way up in the zone. Laid off by Serber, 1-2 count. Courtney Serber, 1 home run this season, 21 runs driven in. And that's been primarily playing only in the first game of the doubleheader. St. Francis will rotate through 2 shortstops as Mollenkoff with a perfect 4th inning for Huntington. 4 complete at St. Francis and a 1-0 lead for the Foresters. SummitCitySports.com.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Top of the 5th inning, top of the order coming to bat for Huntington, and a 1-0 lead for the Foresters over St. Francis. SummitCitySports.com. Jaron Matheny, glad to be with you. And Mackenzie Klein leading things off. Sacrifice bunt for Klein in her last at-bat after she went down swinging on strikes in the first. Souter going into the 5th inning. Now with a longer outing today against the Foresters than in the first meeting. And really, both pitchers have had their stuff today. It's just been executing sacrifice bunts and finding a way to produce a hit when your team needs it. 1-1 on the ground to first. Shot takes it to the bag herself. And a quick out to start the top of the 5th inning. 3 unassisted for Haley Schott. 1 down, and now the 2 spot in the order, Gabby Hypes, who is 1 for 2 on the day. Grounded back to the pitcher, Souter, and then a single in the 3rd. First pitch misses outside, ball 1. Jess Duvall next. Top of the batting order for Huntington. Mollenkoff has really been the story today. HU has got a great starter. We talked about it coming in. 17 complete games this year for Mollenkoff. 23 starts, 24 total appearances. Coach Jacobson stands up. This is on the ground and through the right side of the infield. A single with 1 down. And we may see a mound visit for St. Francis, as Coach Jacobson is going to go out and talk with starting pitcher Souter. Make sure everything is okay. Discuss the game plan for Jess Duvall here. Duvall with a walk and strikeout. 0 for 1 today. Struck out swinging in the 3rd. At the time, a big strikeout as Huntington was threatening to score. They eventually did score. Maddie Goheen with the RBI. A 2-out RBI at that. Jess Duvall standing in. Hypes aboard at first, and we'll see if she's on the move at all. Try and get somebody into scoring position for Huntington. Top of inning number 5, 1-0 lead for the Foresters. In a little bit of a tight zone behind home plate, it seems like. Tough to tell from the angle we're at, but you can hear some oohing and aahing from both dugouts. It's now 2-0 on Jess Duvall. 1 home run, 16 runs driven in for Duvall this season. Sends this one into right center field. Gomez backtracking, gets underneath it, and makes the catch in right. 2 down. And that's, I mean, for Gomez, she's an infielder. That is not an easy play to make in the outfield. I know she's been playing right field this year, but truly by trade, she is an infielder. That is Not an easy play to make as Maddie Goheen stands in a 1-0 count. Made it look pretty routine out there in right. She's adapting to that position defensively. Popped up, shot over at first, backs up, makes the catch, and it remains a 1-0 ball game with St. Francis coming to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. Cougars 8-9-1 in the batting order due up when we return to Westendorf Field in Fort Wayne.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there.
Joanna Gurmez leads off the bottom half of the 5th inning. 8-9-1 in the order for St. Francis. As the Cougars trail 1-0. Huntington with 1 run on 5 hits. St. Francis, no runs, just 1 hit in the game. Smolenkoff has had her stuff from the get-go. Oh, 0-2 on Gurmez. Up in the zone, 1 ball and 2 strikes. A little bit more animated all of a sudden here in the dugout for St. Francis, too. Smolenkoff with another strikeout, 1 away in the 5th as she records her 6th strikeout already. And now to the 9th spot in the order with Lena Vigiano. Vigiano takes the first pitch, strike 0-1. Vigiano on a line to short. Catch is made by Maddie Duval. 2 up, 2 down in the 5th. Back to the top of the order for St. Francis. Sam Baker, 0 for 2 on the day. 1 hit, 3 walks. First 2 times through the order for Smolenkoff. And now a called strike 0-1 on Sam Baker. Too far off the plate to Baker. Count evens up at 1-1. Peyton Iliff in the on-deck circle. Top of the order for the Cougars, trying to produce something here in the 5th. The pitcher's duel today. Loop towards left field. This one is down for a hit. Baker showing off the wheels. Will head into second. It is a 2-out double for Sam Baker. Second hit of the game for St. Francis. And now a runner in scoring position for the Cougars with Peyton Iliff coming to bat. And it's Iliff with a runner in scoring position. Robakowski is on deck, 2 down in the 5th. First pitch strike to Iliff, 0-1. Smolenkoff has looked about as good as you can in the circle today. High and away, 1-1 count. Don't forget about Sam Baker out there at second base. 39 for 40 in stolen bases this year. Puts her in the top 10 in the NAIA. 1-1 is popped up and into the dugout. 1-2 count. That just cleared the fence to get into the St. Francis dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Iliff. Too high to Iliff, 2-2. Any kind of base hit should score a run for St. Francis. Little tapper foul, off-speed pitch. Iliff had to stay back and battle it off. Good work by the catcher. 2-2 count. Iliff swings through the 2-2 offering. It's another strikeout for Mollenkoff, her 7th of the day. And we head to the top of the 6th inning. Still a 1-0 lead for Huntington.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Top of the 6th inning, 1-0 Huntington with a lead on St. Francis. Pivotal game in the Crossroads League standings. 5, 6, and 7 the order for the Foresters. Maddie Duvall, Kaylee Bishop, Chloe Gregory. Defensive change for St. Francis. Lily Pierce now occupying right field. That is the only change for the Cougars. Souter pours in a first pitch strike, 0-1 to Duvall. Single, and then grounded into a fielder's choice to end the third. 1 for 2 on the day. Souter just missed away. Count evens up to 1-1. Maddie Duvall leading Huntington with 27 runs driven in this season. Hits one in the air to center field. Vigiano is right in line for it. And closes the glove on out number 1 in the 6th. One down for the catcher, Kaylee Bishop. Bishop 291 at the dish this season. 0 for 2 on the day, reaching on a fielder's choice in the 2nd. Grounding out to Sam Baker over at second base in the 4th. That 1 run for Huntington came in the 3rd inning. The Foresters have left at least 1 runner on the base paths in every inning so far. Inside corner, got the called strike, 1-2 to Bishop. Souter delivers and gets the chase. Strikeout for Ellie Souter, 2 down. And it's Chloe Gregory standing in. 3rd strikeout for Ellie Souter. Gregory fouls the first pitch back, 0-1. Leads the Foresters 4 home runs on the year. 13 walks to 12 strikeouts. Popped the glove of Iliff, but a little off the plate, 1-1. In the zone, a called strike, and St. Francis a strike away from getting through the top of the 6th. Still just 1 run given up. A little bit too high from Souter on the 1-2. Up the ladder again, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Gregory. Jocelyn Harbert, the right fielder, in the 8 spot. Due up next. See if we get there. Payoff pitch. On a line to short, Serber makes the catch. St. Francis keeps it at a 1-0 deficit. Cougars coming to bat. Robakowski leads it off when we return to Weston Door Field. SummitCitySports.com. Glad to be with you on this Tuesday afternoon.
Recovery is more than getting you back to your sport. It's about building a stronger version of you. Our team of experts uses state-of-the-art technology to build personalized care plans that get you healthy and back in action safely. With no physician order needed, contact us directly to receive top-quality care exactly when you need it. Call 260-266-4007. Visit one of our Fort Wayne locations or go to psmsports.com to
Bottom of the 6th inning, Robakowski, Schott and Minnick, 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order for St. Francis. And as I mentioned earlier, now tied for the lead in the NAIA with home runs this season is Abby Robakowski, 20 of them on the year. And the first pitch from Mollenkoff is up in the zone, ball 1. And these are the situations where you're a little bit more worried if you're in the opposing dugout with Robakowski at the dish. She's ahead 2-0. Robakowski lined out to short in the 3rd. She did walk in the 1st inning. 2-0 in on the hands and fouled back out of play. 2-1. She's got an aggressive approach at the plate. It's led to a lot of success this year. 2-1 on the ground to 3rd. Jess Duvall over to 1st. And it's 5-3 on the putout for out number 1 in the bottom of the 6th. And now the first baseman, Haley Schott, coming to bat. Schott 1 for 2. Single and a strikeout today. Inside corner for a strike, 0-1. Second game of the doubleheader will be right here on the same stream link. You don't have to go anywhere. 0-1 turns to 0-2 on Schott. We'll take about a 30-minute pause in between games 1 and 2. You'll see the umpires meeting, and then we'll come back on and join you once again as Schott shoots it foul down the left field line. Still 0-2. A 1-0 ball game. On a line to short, and the catch is made by Duvall. 2 down for Maddie Minnick. St. Francis held scoreless just once this season. In the air to right field, Harbert makes the diving catch, and we head to the 7th in a 1-0 ball game. St. Francis trying to keep it at that deficit. Huntington looking for some insurance runs.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Top of the 7th inning, 1-0 Huntington with the lead on St. Francis. Game 1 of the doubleheader today between these two teams. Forrester's coming to bat 8, 9, and 1 in the order. Harbert, who just made that nice diving catch out in right field to lead things off. Harbert, Tharp, then back to Klein at the top of the order. Top of the 7th, 1-0 HU. First pitch, line to short. Serber is there. 1 pitch, 1 out in the 7th. Forrester's with 5 total hits Last hit came in the 5th inning, a single for Gabby Hypes. Pinch hitter coming to bat. Akasha Burton, the outfielder from Bloomington South, stands in. So Burton will replace Tharp in the 9 spot to hit here. Burton 351 at the plate. Fouls away first, 0-1. Burton, freshman from Bloomington South High School. Swinging away at the 0-1, and Souter now ahead 0-2. Well, Souter's had her really good stuff today. Just 5 hits given up, 1 run. St. Francis has not committed an error defensively. The RBI single from Maddie Goheen, the difference right now. 0-2 foul back. Cougars shut out just 1 time this year. That was against Missouri Baptist while they were in Florida over spring break. Oh, just off the corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Burton. One, 2, fouled away. Count remains the same. 1 run in the 3rd inning for Huntington. Zeros on the board everywhere else. Out in right center field. 1-2 on a line to left. This is down for a hit. Minnick will get to it quickly and limit it to just a single for Burton. I got a feeling we may see Tharp re-enter this game as a runner. And it is Carly Tharp back into the game to run at first after the pinch hit single by Burton. Back to the top of the order with Mackenzie Klein. And with nobody out, this is a definite bunt situation for HU, trying to get another run with 1 out. A little bit more interesting what decision you make here at the plate. First pitch strike to Klein, 0-1. Struck out swinging in the 1st, grounded out to first in the 5th. Sacrifice bunt sandwiched in between in the 3rd inning. Slap to the left side of the infield. Robakowski goes to first. They'll get the speedy Klein for out number 2. Tharp moves up to second on the ground out. 2 away, and this is Gabby Hypes scheduled to hit. And instead, it'll be Casey Hickle. Interesting move here because Hypes is 2 for 3. So Hickle will hit in place of Hypes, who had 2 singles in 3 plate appearances. And now both teams going to discuss what's happening next as Hickle, junior second baseman from Franklin Central out of Indianapolis. 284 batting average this year. 19 runs driven in, 8 walks to 15 strikeouts. Bats with a runner in scoring position, and the Foresters looking for some insurance runs. The top of the 7th, but there are 2 down. First pitch from Souter misses outside, ball 1. This inning continues. It'll be Jess Duvall hitting next. Up in the zone to Hickle, 2-0 count. Tharp is the runner at second base. Souter with a 2-0. Drops it into the zone with the off speed, 2-1. Lone run in this game was scored in the 3rd. 2-1, caught the corner. We're even, 2-2. Cougars trying to get out of the 7th. Hickle out of play. Another 2-2 upcoming. Hickle on the ground to short, snow coned by Serber, gets it over to first, and we head to the bottom of the 7th, from the top to the bottom of the 7th. St. Francis, last bats coming up. They need at least one here on the home field.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Bottom of the 7th inning, 1-0 lead for Huntington over St. Francis. Last bats for the Cougars. It is 6, 7, and 8 in the batting order. Macy Dowd, Courtney Serber, and then Lily Pierce in place of Joanna Gomez. Dowd serves it into right field. This one continues to carry, and it carries itself out of the ballpark. Solo home run for Macy Dowd, her 7th of the season, and the wind helped carry that ball out in right field. Dowd ties us up at 1 in the 7th. And the Cougars fighting back here against Huntington with first place in the Crossroads League still on the line late in the season. And St. Francis comes through with a solo shot. Macy Dowd steps up in a huge spot for the Cougars. Serber in the air to left, ranging over is Klein to make the catch. First out of the 7th inning. Macy Dowd does it again. Late game heroics at the plate for one of the most experienced players on the roster for St. Francis. We are tied up at 1. Lily Pierce takes a first pitch strike 0-1. Smolenkoff gives up her first run of the game. Pierce fouls it straight back, now 0-2. Top of the 5th at Bethel, Indiana Wesleyan with a 7-0 lead. Spring Arbor winning game 1 at Goshen 8-0 in 6 innings. Pierce battling to stay alive. How about this? Taylor 6, Marion nothing. The bottom of the 5th. Oh, 2 count on Lily Pierce. Too far outside from Mollenkoff. Count 1-2. First at bat today for Pierce. 1-2 in the air to left again. And this one caught as well. Out number 2. Back-to-back flyouts to left field. 9 spot in the order, Lena Vigiano. St. Francis knows, though, even if an out is recorded here, we will see the 8th. Solo home run from Macy Dowd to right field. Tied this game up at 1. Up in the zone on the first pitch to Vigiano, ball 1. Positive news for Huntington. They've got 3, 4, and 5 in the order coming up if this game does see the 8th. Dropped into the zone, 1-1 on Vigiano. Too far off the outside corner. Again, Vigiano represents the game-winning run for St. Francis here in the 7th. Healthy cut from Vigiano, falls to a 2-2 count. Outside ball 3. Vigiano has walked once today. Got left stranded over at third. Mollenkoff with a 3-2. Off speed, Vigiano on the ground to short. Duval to first. And we will head to extra innings, but you'll take it if you're a St. Francis fan. Macy Dow with a solo home run, hitting her 7th home run of the season. We are tied at 1, heading to extra innings.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Extra innings in Game 1 of the doubleheader between St. Francis and Huntington. Glad that you're with us. SummitCitySports.com on the St. Francis Athletics YouTube channel. 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order for Huntington. Jess Duval, Maddie Goheen, Maddie Duval. Ellie Souter is back in the circle, working now her 8th inning. First pitch just missing from Souter. Jess Duval flew out to right field in her last appearance. 0 for 2 today. Walked in the first. Hey, 2-0 count to Jess Duval. And now 3-0. Maddie Goheen, the designated player, due up next. She has the lone RBI in this game for Huntington. Souter finds the zone on 3-0. Three-one count. Fouled back into the glove of Iliff, and it's now 3-2. Good battle back from Souter. 3-2 count. Souter, payoff pitch. And just foul down the first base side, out of the reach of shot. Still 3-2 in the count. Wind picking up again towards center field. And a gusty day. Duval fouls another one off. That one just got beyond the press box, or the dugout on the first base side. Press box attached to the dugout here over at third. 3-2. Foul towards left. This long at bat continues between Duval and Souter. Another 3-2. Duval through the right side into right field. It is a single for Jess Duval. First hit for Jess Duval today, and it brings Maddie Goheen to the plate for Huntington. Goheen with an RBI single in the third, 1 for 3 today. She turned a bunt here. It's foul 0-1. Jess Duval aboard at first. Not a huge base stealing threat for Huntington. Goheen takes, and she's behind 0-2. Souter delivers. Iliff pops out, looking over at first base. Not a lot of teams in the Crossroads League like to run on Peyton Iliff behind home plate. It's not something they consistently do. They know the talent that's back there catching for St. Francis. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Goheen. Souter just missed, and it's now 3-2 on Goheen. So back-to-back at-bats have gone to a full count. Up high, ball 4. And it puts runners at first and second with nobody down for Huntington. And with Souter already in her 8th inning of work today, looks like we'll see a change for the Foresters and a new runner coming in for HU, Kylie Fisher. Fisher running in place of Goheen. Maddie Duvall coming up to bat. Now Maddie Duvall, as we talked about earlier, leads the team in runs driven in, but this is one of your spots where this is a bunt opportunity. Sacrifice to put 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. And it is a bunt down the third base line, but foul. 0-1. Jess Duvall at second, Fisher aboard at first. Extra innings between St. Francis and Huntington in game 1. Bunt, back to the mound, Souter to first. Sacrifice is complete, but an out recorded for St. Francis. 1 down. One down. Now the catcher, Kaylee Bishop. Bishop coming to bat, and RBIs are out there potentially. First pitch swinging, and it is foul down the right field line, 0-1. St. Francis has played in 2 extra inning games this year. 2-0 record for the Cougars. Coming back to the mound, they'll throw home, but not in time. Run scores for Huntington and puts runners at first and third in the process. Take a look at this replay with Bishop. Bunt good enough to bring the runner in. It also allows Bishop to reach first. What'll go down as a fielder's choice to reach. Huntington takes the lead. And Kaylee Dudzik in to run at first. So Dudzik replacing Bishop at first base to run. This is Chloe Gregory at the plate. And first pitch misses outside, ball 1. Gregory takes, and she's ahead 2-0. Two to 1, Huntington leading St. Francis, and now the count is 3 balls and no strikes on Chloe Gregory. 8th spot in the order, Jocelyn Harbert would be due up next. Chance she could come up to bat with the bases full. And she will come up to bat with the bases loaded. 4-pitch walk issued by Souter to load the bases with just one out. And a conversation on the mound for St. Francis. 2-1 lead for Huntington over the Cougars. Top of the 8th inning. Mound visit for St. Francis and a 30-second break. We'll be back right after this.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Top of the 8th inning, 2-1, Huntington leading St. Francis. Bases are full for the Foresters. Jocelyn Harbert, the right fielder, up to bat after the mound visit between Coach Jacobson and the right-handed starter Ellie Souter. First pitch, strike, 0-1 to Harbert, who is 0 for 3 today. Did reach base on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Harbert on the ground, right side, gets through and into right field. 1 run's going to score, make it 2 runs for Huntington, and a 4-1 lead for the Foresters with runners at the corners, and still just 1 out as Harbert does the job. Infield drawn in for St. Francis in that situation, and it allows 2 runs to come home. Now the 9 spot, Carly Tharp. First pitch swinging, and it is just fair. Touch the line in right field. Another run scores for HU and makes it 5-1. RBI single for Tharp. And just got a ball there down the right field line that found the perfect spot. Hit on the line to stay fair and make it 5-1. After Macy Dowd hit the solo home run in the bottom of the 7th to force extra innings. This is a bunt over to third. Robakowski made it look easy. Over to first, 2 down. And now it's Gabby Hypes, who was pinch hit for in the 7th. This is a bunt over to third. Robakowski made it look easy. Over to first, 2 down. And now it's Gabby Hypes, who was pinch hit for in the 7th. 2 for 3 on the day for Hypes. With Indiana Wesleyan in front in their first game, a loss here from St. Francis would mean that the Cougars and Wildcats be tied for first place in the conference. It's outside 2-0 on Hypes. She is the 9th batter of the inning for Huntington. 4 runs on 3 hits in the inning. 3-0 count here between Souter and Hypes. And back into the zone for Souter. Finds it for a called strike, 3-1. On the ground, Baker to first. And we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Major work to be done for St. Francis offensively as Huntington puts up a 4 spot in extras. It's 5-1 Foresters going to the bottom of the 8th.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Top of the batting order for St. Francis in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's a 5-1 lead for Huntington over St. Francis here in extras. Cougars coming to bat, knowing that they need at least 4 runs, but you got to start somewhere offensively, and that would be with Sam Baker. Mollenkoff, then a bunt for Baker, and she's safe at first. Leadoff single for Sam Baker to start the bottom of the 8th inning. And obviously, this dugout is alive and ready to go. They have won 20 of their last 21 games. Iliff squares the bunt, pulls it back. Baker taken off for second, and she's in safely with a stolen base. It's an 0-1 count on Peyton Iliff. Iliff 0 for 2 on the day on Peyton Iliff. Iliff 0 for 2 on the day. Kowski takes, and it is 2-0. This is one of those, you know, if you put her on, you bring up the game-tying run to the plate, but I don't know that you want to give her anything to hit. And they have it. 3 balls and no strikes on Robakowski. Haley Schott next, then Maddie Minnick, and then potentially Macy Dowd. 3-0. Robakowski draws the walk. And they're loaded for St. Francis in the bottom of the 8th inning. For Haley Schott, nobody out, trailing 5-1. But the game's tying run is up to bat for St. Francis. And that happened quickly here in the 8th. Bree Miller is on to run over at first in place of Robakowski, who drew the walk. Haley Schott coming to bat. Nobody down, bottom of the 8th, 5-1 Huntington. Foresters with a 4 spot in the first extra inning today. First pitch strike to Haley Schott, 0-1. Schott with a single in the first, 1 for 3 on the day. Off speed, fell into the zone, 0-2. Baker at third, Iliff at second, Miller the runner at first. Maddie Minnick on deck. Speed, fell into the zone, 0-2. Baker at third, Iliff at second, Miller the runner at first. Maddie Minnick on deck. Shot takes, and it is called. Strike 3. 1 down in the 8th. And it's Maddie Minnick with the bases full and 1 down. Macy Dowd is on deck. First pitch fouled back into the glove, 0-1 on Minnick. Maddie Minnick looking for her first hit of the day. A couple of flyouts to right field in her last 2 plate appearances. Fouls this one back, now 0-2. Macy Dow was the one that hit the solo home run to tie this game at 1 in the bottom of the 7th. She will get a chance to hit here in the 8th unless there's a double play turned by Huntington. Too far off the plate from Mollenkoff. 1-2 to Minnick. Miller at first, Iliff at second, Baker at third. Minnick popped it up, and this is out of play. Baker, Minnick popped it up, and this is out of play. Baker was coming home on that. Make sure she realizes there's only 1 out. Mollenkoff in a 1-2 count. Off speed, Minnick leaves it down in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball is low, and it is full on Maddie Minnick. Nowhere to put her. Bases loaded, 1 away. Huntington leads 5-1 in extras. Minnick pops up the 3-2, foul territory, and it is into the Forrester dugout. Extra life for Minnick. Still a 3-2 count. Off speed, down in the dirt, ball 4. Run is in for St. Francis. And the game's winning run is coming up to bat in the form of Macy Dowd. Time for a meeting for Huntington. The Foresters got into a little bit of trouble in the 8th. 5-2, Huntington leading. 1 out, bottom of the 8th inning. Macy Dowd is coming to bat with the bases loaded. A home run would win it for St. Francis. Obviously, if you're Dowd, you're not thinking about home run first and foremost. You're thinking about putting this ball in play first and foremost. So Maddie Minnick draws the walk, bringing in Sam Baker. It's Macy Dowd with 1 away in the bottom of the 8th. Five to 2, game-winning run is at the plate. First pitch is up high, ball 1. And even in a 5-2 game with the bases loaded, Huntington may be thinking about, hey, let's just pitch around Dowd here. Make somebody else beat us. Dowd swings into left field, coming on and making the catch is Klein. There are 2 down in the 8th. Courtney Serber with 2 outs. Serber takes a first pitch strike, 0-1. Minnick at first. Miller at second, Iliff at third. Minnick is the tying run. Serber in the air towards left center field. Klein back under it, makes the catch, and the Foresters will take this first game in extra innings. 5-2 is your final score. St. Francis overall record drops to 30-9 on the season, now 26-5 in the Crossroads League. Huntington improved to 26-19 on the year, 18-15 conference record now for the Foresters. As we'll gear up, Huntington 4 runs in the extra innings in the top of the 8th after St. Francis had to come back, hit a solo home run from Macy Dowd to tie it at 1 in the 7th. We go to extras, but a 4-run 8th inning for Huntington, and they're able to strand 3 Cougars on the base paths at the end of this one, as St. Francis cannot come through late in the game with that 1 hit that they needed here. We'll have to reset and get ready for game 2. More than likely we'll see LaFuentes in the circle in the second game for the Cougars. We'll have that second game for you coming up right about 5:15 here on SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
We welcome you back to Westendorf Field, getting ready for game number 2 of this doubleheader. Let's meet the lineups for Huntington and St. Francis. Mackenzie Klein in the leadoff spot once again playing left field for HU. Casey Hickle is batting second, the designated player. Jess Duvall hitting third and playing third. Maddie Goheen at first base, batting in the 4th spot. Maddie Duvall back at shortstop, hitting 5th. Gabby Hypes, the catcher in game 2, is batting 6th. Chloe Gregory at second base, hitting 7th. Jocelyn Harbor in right field is batting 8th. And then in the 9 spot, Carly Tharp out in center field. Defensively for St. Francis, it's Minikin left, Vigiano in center, and Pierce in right field with Robakowski at third, Howdashell at short, Baker at second, Shot over at first. Peyton Iliff is catching once again in game 2. This time she'll catch the freshman sensation, Olivia Fuentes, who has a 12-1 record on the year, 77 innings pitched, 40 strikeouts compared to just 11 walks. Fuentes making her 10th start of the year with a 2.73 ERA and the lowest whip on the team at 1.12 walks and hits per innings pitched this season for Fuentes. Freshman from Lowell, Indiana, gets the start today in the second game of the doubleheader. Darker clouds in the skies, but hoping that the rain is going to avoid us. We don't really have the room to make up games this week here at St. Francis. It'll be Taylor here on Thursday, and then on the road at Marion on Saturday to round out the regular season. St. Francis now tied at the top of the table in the Crossroads League with Indiana Wesleyan, who defeated Bethel 8-0 in their first game today. First pitch of game 2 is here, and it is a ball to begin this second game. We're underway at 5:15 is our start time for the second game. First game ran about an hour and 45 minutes with the extra inning affair. This one is popped up and foul, 1-1. Spring Arbor defeated Goshen 8-0. Mount Vernon Nazarene with a 9-2 win over Grace. And Taylor winning 8-0 over Marion, who is struggling down the stretch of the season. It's a called strike to Klein to make it 1-2. Mackenzie Klein did not reach base in the first game, despite posting the highest batting average and on-base percentage for Huntington coming into today. Fouled away again. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Second game of the doubleheader. 5 conference games remaining in the regular season now for St. Francis. 3 conference games left for Huntington. They are not in action on Thursday. This is on the ground to third. Robakowski across the diamond, and there is 1 away. Leadoff batter is down on the ground out to third. That one was right in front of the base over at third. Robakowski making a tougher play look routine. Designated player Casey Hickle takes first pitch ball 1-0. Umpires trade positions here for game 2, so you have a different zone to adjust to behind home plate. Fuentes 1-0, little tapper back towards the circle. Fuentes on to first. 2 up, 2 down in the top of the first inning. Fuentes talked about the numbers, 40 strikeouts in 77 innings pitched, so about a half a strikeout per inning pitched, or 1 every 2 innings. A lot of contact against her, but it's not loud contact. It's soft, like we just saw back to her in the circle or on the ground over to third. She's done a great job of keeping hitters off balance all year long. That 12-1 overall record as this is looped out and falls into center field in front of Vigiano. 2-out single, and the first hit of the game for Huntington belongs to Jess Duvall. Runner aboard at first, 2 away. Maddie Goheen, who had the RBI single in the first game that stood as the game's only run all the way until the bottom of the 7th. If you missed the end of that first game, Huntington led 1-0 until the bottom of the 7th. Macy Dow with a solo home run tied it up, but then the Foresters scoring 4 runs in the top of the 8th, holding St. Francis to just 1 run in the 8th, and HU getting the win 5-2. 2-0 count on Maddie Goheen. Via Fuentes just missing on the inside, 3-0. Getting a feel for the zone as this game starts and trying to pick, okay, is the inside corner open for business, the outside corner open for business? Where are we at in terms of height? Is it up to the letters or maybe a little bit below, down to the top of the knees or the bottom of the knees? Just trying to get a fine for where you can exploit the zone. 3-1, and that missing for ball 4. Looked like a pretty good spot to live in. First and second, 2 down, but the one thing you might be taking note of right now if you're St. Francis, see a few pitches. Off speed, called strike, 0-1 to Maddie Duval. Shortstop Duval, 3 home runs on the year. Lifted this one towards left field. Maddie Minnick on the run is able to make the catch in foul territory for the final out of the top half of the first. Huntington kept off the board in the first inning. St. Francis coming to bat, and we'll introduce you to the batting order when we return in 30 seconds.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the...
In 30 seconds.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand.
Bottom of the first inning, Huntington and St. Francis scoreless as we welcome you back to Westendorf Field here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Batting order for St. Francis, Sam Baker in the leadoff spot, followed by Peyton Eiliff and Abby Robakowski. Haley Schott, Maddie Minnick, and Macy Dowd go 4, 5, and 6. Lena Vigiano up to the 7th spot, followed by Lily Pierce and Emma Howdeshell. Defensively for Huntington, Klein in left, Tharp in center, Harbert in right field, Jess Duval at third, Maddie Duval at short, Gregory at second, with Goheen at first. Hypes is behind the plate, catching the left-hander in Natalie Hasselby. 104 innings pitched for Hasselby this year with a 10-8 overall record. She's making her 20th start of the season, 22nd appearance overall. 25 walks to 48 strikeouts with a 4.43 earned run average. We are likely to see as well the other Hasselby in relief, Bethany, depending upon how this game goes early. First meeting, it's 5 innings pitched for Natalie and then 2 for Bethany. St. Francis scoring 7 runs in the first 5 innings against Hasselby the last time around. Sam Baker leads it off in the bottom of the first inning, and first pitch called a strike, 0-1. Huntington can earn a split of the regular season series with St. Francis with a win here in Game 2. Cougars would win the regular season series 3-1 with a win in this second game. Up in the zone to Sam Baker, 1-1. And so important for St. Francis to get a win in this second game, knowing that Indiana Wesleyan taking on Bethel, you're likely to not get an upset in that game. Baker on a line to second. Nice catch by Gregory as she was right there to make the play. Well struck, but right on the screws to somebody. One away. As the wind starts to pick up once again. We are currently sitting at 72 degrees in Fort Wayne. Feels like 65. Hasselby misses up in the zone to Eiliff, ball 1. Potential for some light rain coming our way later this evening. Eiliff in the 2 spot. On the ground towards third. This one stays fair, and the throw to first will get Eiliff. 2 leadoff batters are down in the bottom of the first, and Coach Gower, I think, thought this ball was foul, and the umpires are going to get together to talk about it. It'll be confirmed as an out. On a ground out to third, 5-3 for out number 2. Abby Robakowski batting with 2 down in the bottom of the first. As Hasselby misses away with a first pitch, ball 1. That's too far off the plate to Robakowski. 2 balls and no strikes. Scoreless in the bottom of the first. And Robakowski now ahead, 3 balls and no strikes. Four-pitch walk to Robakowski. That'll put a runner aboard with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Haley Schott coming to bat. First pitch is in for a called strike to Schott, 0-1. Single in her first at-bat of game number 1. Put one back up and through the middle. It's the 0-1 from Hasselby. Schott fouls it away on the first base side, now 0-2. Schott on the ground to third, picked by Duvall, but the throw to first is offline. Robakowski heading for third. She'll take the turn, heading for home, throw to the plate, and they will not get her. Robakowski scores. Haley Schott with an infield hit and then an error defensively. It is 1-0 St. Francis. For the first time today, the Cougars have the lead. We'll see if that just goes down as an E5 against Duvall. May have had Schott over at first base. Here's Maddie Minnick at the plate for St. Francis. The runner over at third base. Minnick pops it up. Right side and into the outfield. Gregory, the second baseman, goes back to make the catch, but St. Francis is on the board first. A run in the bottom of the first inning off of no hits. It's the error defensively that brings in the run for the Cougars. And a 1-0 start here on the home field in Game 2.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Top of the second inning, Westendorf Field, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Glad that you are with us. Jerry Matheny here on the call. Huntington winning game 1, 5-2 in 8 innings. It is the top of the second. In game 2, wind picking up again. 6, 7, 8 in the batting order for the Foresters as Hypes leads things off and takes a first pitch ball, 1-0. Hypes, Gregory, Harbert are your scheduled hitters for Huntington in the top of the second. Cloudy skies all of a sudden here in Fort Wayne as Fuentes pours it into the zone for a called strike to make it 1-1. St. Francis with a run in the first. Robakowski scoring from first on a ground ball over to third. Throw is offline. And off the hit from Schott, or the ball put in play at least by Schott. The error ends up bringing in Robakowski all the way from first base. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Gabby Hypes. Top of inning number 2. Up and out of play. That one will hit the netting behind home plate. St. Francis now holding a 30-9 overall record, 26-5 in the Crossroads League, 13-2 here at home as Fuentes picks up her first strikeout, 1 away in the top of the second. One down for the second baseman, Chloe Gregory. And neither team really found a groove offensively in that first game. Foresters left a few more runners on the base paths in the early innings as opposed to St. Francis, who just had 1 hit through 6. Oh, 1 fouled back by Gregory, and it's now no balls and 2 strikes. And conference tournament coming up 1 week from today. The 0-2. Gregory taking and takes ball 1. Fuentes certainly okay with that spot in the zone. One, 2 in on the hands, popped up. Baker calling for it. She's got it. 2 up, 2 down in the second. Now Jocelyn Harbert, the right fielder, with 2 outs and nobody aboard. First pitch, outside corner at the knees, called a strike, 0-1 on Harbert. Check swing, did she go off the outside corner? She did, is the call down the first baseline to make it 0-2. Too far outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Strikeout in this inning for Fuentes. 1-2 here. Out of play. Towards left field. Remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Off speed on the 1-2, check swing, sent it down the third base side. It is foul. Still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Top of inning number 2. Nobody on, 2 down. Harbert at the plate. On a line to short, Howdeshell makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 top half of the second. Foresters go down in order. Macy Dowd will lead things off for St. Francis when we return to Westendorf Field.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Thank you for watching Summit City Sports. To help broaden our coverage, we're asking you to become a monthly sponsor to our Patreon account. We produce weekly highlights and live video broadcasts. When the Homestead Girls Golf Team won its first state title in program history, we were there. When Fort Wayne brought back 3 state titles in cross country, we were there. We believe in sharing positive stories and setting the standard for how high school sports should be covered. Join us and donate today.
Bottom of the second, 1-0, St. Francis with a lead over Huntington. SummitCitySports.com. Glad that you are with us. As we begin, Macy Dowd is at the plate to lead things off for St. Francis. Dowd sends this one in the air out to center field. The catch is made. There is one down in the second. Brings Lena Vigiano back up to bat here in game 2. Vigiano takes a first pitch strike, 0-1. So Dowd flies out to center. 1-1 count now between Hasselby and Vigiano. Lily Pierce to follow. 6, 7, 8 in the order for St. Francis here in the second. This one is tapped foul down the first base side. 1-2 count on Vigiano. A run in the first for the Cougars. Came off a defensive error from Huntington. Vigiano fouls it straight back, stays alive at 1-2. Hasselby, second time this year that the lefty has faced the St. Francis order. Vigiano is called down on strikes on that check swing. 2 down in the second. And that brings up Lily Pierce. Right fielder. Came in and played defensively in right field in the first game. Pierce, 208 batting average on the season. Pierce swinging, popped it up. Gregory going back and onto the outfield grass. She makes the catch, and we head to the top of the third. Both teams go down in order in the second, and after 2, 1-0, St. Francis leading over Huntington.
Recovery is more than getting you back to your sport. It's about building a stronger version of you. Our team of experts uses state-of-the-art technology to build personalized care plans that get you healthy and back in action safely. With no physician order needed, contact us directly to receive top-quality care exactly when you need it. Call 260-266-4007. Visit one of our Fort Wayne locations or go to psmsports.com to learn.
Top of the third is St. Francis taking on Huntington. SummitCitySports.com. Glad that you are with us. Both teams going down 1, 2, 3 in order in the second. So Olivia Fuentes starts the top of the third. First pitch strike to Carly Tharp. 9, 1, and 2 in the batting order for Huntington. Tharp was the one who reached base and eventually scored in the third inning of the last game. It was the only run in that game up until the bottom of the seventh. Fuentes looking on. Delivers the 0-2. One is ripped through the left side into left field. Minnick will come up with it, but it is a single for Tharp. Leadoff batter is on for Huntington at the 9th spot in the order, and we go to the top of the lineup with Mackenzie Klein coming to bat. Leadoff spot for the Foresters. Klein grounded out to third her first time up. Robakowski made a nice play to begin this game. It's a 1-0 count on Klein. Designated player Casey Hickle in the on-deck circle. Klein with a bunt out in front of home plate. Fuentes to first. It is in time. Just in time to get the runner one down. Tharp into scoring position off the sac bunt. 1-3 to get the put out. One away. And now Casey Hickle, the designated player, coming to bat. First pitch too far outside, ball one. Hickle back to the circle her last time. Caught the outside corner here. Count evens up at 1-1. Third baseman Jess Duval is in the on-deck circle. This is foul down the left field line. Now 1-2. Runner in scoring position. Carly Tharp is at second. One down, top of the third with Olivia Fuentes looking for a new softball. 1-2 count. That's up in the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That one's low. The count now full, 3-2. St. Francis 1, Huntington 0, top of the third. 3-2. Hickle on the ground, right side of the infield. Baker gloves, goes to first. Runner moves up to third, but there are 2 away now in the third inning. On that ground out to second. Brings up Jess Duval. And after the bunt, you move the runner over to third, and this is what you were looking for, trying to set up your 3 spot in the order with an RBI chance, and here it is with a runner over at third base and 2 down. Fuentes' first pitch up in the zone, ball 1. This is on the ground, right side. Baker, tough play, gets the underhand toss to shot in time. And Huntington will leave a runner stranded over at third. St. Francis still searching for its first hit, but they do lead 1-0 over Huntington.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Hasselby back into the circle. Will face the shortstop, Emma Howdeshell. 9-1-2 in the batting order for St. Francis. Howdeshell to lead things off. 9-1-2 due up for the Cougars in the third. And the first pitch is in the zone for a strike. 0-1 to Howdeshell. Howdeshell, Baker, Iliff scheduled to hit in the third. Howdeshell popped it up, and it is out of play. Howdeshell taking. Down 1-2. Shortstop who started a majority of second games of the doubleheader this year, hitting at .237 on the season. Pops this one up and out of play. Remains 1-2 on Howdeshell. Bottom of the third, nobody out. 1-2. Popped up on the infield. It's the third baseman, Jess Duval, who gets underneath it for the first out of the bottom of the third. One down, top of the order, Sam Baker coming to bat. As the Cougars have gone cold offensively today. Downstairs to Baker with that first pitch, ball one. Baker lined out to second. One of the harder hit balls today for St. Francis in this game, too, at least. Two balls and no strikes now on Baker. Takes and a called strike here to make it 2-1. Baker lays down the bunt out in front, and she's going to beat it out. Infield single for Sam Baker. And a runner at first with just one out in the bottom of the third inning. Baker aboard first, 40 for 41 this year in stolen bases. First pitch ball, 1-0 to Peyton Iliff. Let's see if this St. Francis offense can't find a groove. Baker taking off for second, ball kicks away into right center field. Baker will head to third. Stolen base for Sam Baker. And she moves from second to third on the error. Two 2-0 count on Peyton Iliff. Too far inside. Now 3-0 to Iliff. Hasselby missed off the outside corner. 4-pitch walk to Iliff. Puts runners on the corners for St. Francis. One down. Abby Robakowski standing in. These are the spots that Huntington's been trying to avoid today. Runners on with Robakowski coming up. How do they pitch to the third baseman? She's swinging away at this first offering, fouled 0-1. Need some more softballs. Oh, and 1 count. Robakowski walked and scored on the E5. Turns to bunt, pulls it back, and Iliff ends up stealing second base. 1-1 count to Robakowski. Thought about bunting again, pulled it back, and it is 2-1 now to Robakowski. Bottom of inning number 3, 1 out. Baker at third, Iliff at second. 2-1 off speed was down in the dirt, 3-1 count. Looking for a pitch to drive here if you're Robakowski. 3-1 from Hasselby. Up high, ball 4, she'll take the walk. Reaches base to load the bases for St. Francis. 4 spot in the order, Haley Schott stands in after back-to-back walks for the Cougars offensively. First pitch up in the zone, ball 1 to Haley Schott. Shot hoping that she can find something to drive right here with the bases loaded, or take that aggressive approach, throw it out the window, and try to stay patient as Hasselby struggling to find the zone at the moment. 2-0. Off the outside corner, 3 balls and no strikes now on Haley's shot. Maddie Minnick in the on-deck circle. No reason to swing here on 3-0. Hasselby does find the zone, makes it 3-1. 1-0 St. Francis, bottom of the third. Best chance they've had to score multiple runs in this game, though. Shot draws the walk, brings in a run for St. Francis to make it 2-0 as Baker strolls in from third. 3 walks in a row. This one brings in the run and brings Maddie Minnick to the plate in a 2-0 game, and a quick meeting in the circle for Hasselby and the catcher Hypes. Two nothing Cougars, bottom of the third. 1 down. Minnick takes a first pitch outside, ball 1. And it's time to be selective right now as Hasselby is kind of all over the zone at the moment. Minnick takes a strike. Count evens up at 1-1. Bases full for the Cougars. Iliff is aboard over at third. Robakowski at second. Shot at first, and now a 2-1 count. Nowhere to put Minnick. Fouls this one away. It's now 2-2. Macy Dowd, the designated player, due up next. 2-2, Minnick, infield fly for out number 2. Two down, bases loaded, Macy Dowd at the dish. First pitch strike to Dowd, 0-1. Dowd pops this one up. Second base, Gregory has it. As St. Francis leaves the bases loaded in the third. They do score 1 run, though. It is a 2-0 lead for the Cougars. 3 innings complete here in Game 2 of the doubleheader.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Top of the fourth inning, 2-0. St. Francis leads Huntington as the Foresters come to bat in the fourth. After St. Francis ends up leaving the bases loaded in the third. They do score a run off of 1 hit. 2 runs on 1 hit in this game. A couple of errors defensively by Huntington. Little screwball up the line towards first. Shot flipped to Baker, bounced all around, and safe at first is Goheen. It's an error defensively on the Cougars as Goheen will reach. And I would guess we'll see a pinch runner over at first base in this spot for Huntington. And Jalen Shively gonna run at first. So Shively replacing Goheen. Two 2-0 St. Francis, top of the fourth. Maddie Duval up to bat for the second time today against Fuentes. That first pitch missed, ball one. This zone is pretty small behind home plate from what we can see from here. Bunt from Duval. It is foul. 1-1. Duval, then Gabby Hypes. Chloe Gregory would follow. So 1-1 count on Duval. Fuentes, through 3 innings, has faced 12 batters, given up 2 total hits. Missed up in the zone here, 2-1. St. Francis receiving votes in the latest edition of the Top 25 poll. Probably should have been in the Top 25. So this moved outside 3-1 to Duval. Shively is the runner aboard at first. Duval at the plate, 0 for 1 against Fuentes with a fly out to left. And draws a walk. First and second, nobody out. And it's Gabby Hypes coming to bat. Time is called, and they're looking for a new softball behind home plate. Gabby Hypes with the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of Hypes here in the top of the fourth with nobody out. 2-0 St. Francis. First pitch is in for a strike from Fuentes, 0-1. Hypes 0 for 1, struck out swinging in the second. Turned to bunt, popped it up in the air, but it is foul. 0-2. It is a mad dash for the ball when a bunt gets popped up in the air like that. 0-2 count, runners at first and second. Looking for a big first out of this fourth inning for St. Francis. It's fouled back by Hypes. Remains 0-2. Just away, went up in the zone and missed. 1-2. Hypes had a couple of hits in the first game. She's even the count back up at 2-2. Freshman Fuentes. In the first game between these, or in the second game of the doubleheader between these two, went 6 innings before Alexa Huth came on to finish the game. 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, and 1 walk in that first matchup between Fuentes and Huntington. 2-2. In the air towards center field. Vigiano going back. It's over her head. Down for a hit. Should score at least 1 for the Foresters. Howdeshell's throw to the plate is going to be late. It is an RBI double for HU. A 2-1 ball game as Gabby Hypes continues to hit the ball really well today for the Foresters. That's her third hit between the two games. Second and third, nobody down. And it's Chloe Gregory who popped out to her counterpart at second, Sam Baker. Last time she was up. She sends us into right center field. Pierce on the run, couldn't come up with it. Vigiano throwing in, and runners will advance. RBI double for Gregory. And the run scores, we are tied at 2. And now a meeting in the circle for St. Francis as Huntington has come back and scored 2 runs at the top of the 4th inning and still nobody out here in the 4th. St. Francis looking for an out defensively. Jocelyn Harbert at the plate. 2-2. First pitch too far outside, ball 1. One-0, up and out of play. It's 1-1. 9 spot with Carly Tharp in the on-deck circle. Huntington has showed today, like we talked about, why nobody was really going to want to see this group in the Crossroads League tournament. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Harbert. An error started the frame, then a walk, and then back-to-back RBI doubles. Made it 2-2. On the ground, left side of the infield, Howdeshell to first in time. Runner does move up to third. The run does score for the Foresters in the process. 1 down in the inning, but now a 3-2 lead on the RBI ground out 6-3 for out number 1. First pitch swinging in the air to right. Pierce makes the catch, will come up throwing for home. I-lift tag just a little bit high. And the sacrifice fly produces the run for Huntington to make it 4-2. 2 down and to the top of the order with Mackenzie Klein. Fuentes just missing with that first pitch offering to Klein. 4 runs on 2 hits in the inning for Huntington. Popped up, and this one in foul territory on the third base side after going off the netting. One-0, back towards the circle. Fuentes over to first, and that is the final out of the 4th, but it's a 4-run 4th inning for Huntington, and the Foresters have grabbed the lead here in Game 2 of the doubleheader.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camp.
Lena Vigiano leading things off for St. Francis in the bottom of the fourth inning. It is a 4-2 Huntington lead over the Cougars. 7, 8, and 9 in the order for the Cougars. A run in the first and a run in the third. But that 4 spot from Huntington, all 4 runs coming in the top half of this inning. And just joining us in missed game 1, HU winning 5-2 in extra innings. It's 2-0 on Lena Vigiano. Into the zone for a called strike, makes it 2-1. Vigiano, Pierce, Howdeshell, your scheduled batters for St. Francis in the bottom half of the fourth. Vigiano on a line to short, and Maddie Duvall is right there. 1 up, 1 down in the fourth. Now the right fielder, Lily Pierce, who popped out to second in her first at-bat of the day. Or in game 2 at least. Got to swing the bat at the end of game 1. First pitch ball to Pierce, 1-0. That zone is pretty tight behind home plate here today. Pierce fouls it up and away. Count moves to 1-1. 7, 8, 9 in the batting order for St. Francis. Due up in the fourth. Trying to respond to what Huntington did in the top half of this inning. 1-1 skied. Duvall calling for it as she drifts back into the outfield, and the shortstop makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down in the fourth. And it's a different look with Hasselby in there throwing, but she has consistently found the zone. That first pitch just off the plate, ball 1 to Howdeshell. Shortstop popped out to third in the last inning. 1-0 was too high to Howdeshell. 2 balls and no strikes. Top of the batting order, Sam Baker due up next. Huntington will have 2, 3, and 4 coming to bat in the fifth. 3-0. I'd say that you should be taken until you get a called strike right now. (3-0) into the zone. 3-1 on Howdeshell. Howdeshell takes. It is called strike 2. Full count on Emma Howdeshell. (3-2). Howdeshell stays alive as she fouls this one off towards left field. Three balls and 2 strikes. And here is the payoff pitch. Comes in and hits Howdeshell. That'll put a runner aboard at first with 2 down in the bottom of the fourth. And to the top of the order with Sam Baker. First pitch misses to Baker, 1-0. Baker singled on a bunt in the last inning and eventually came around to score. Howdeshell was hit by the 3-2 pitch. Game's tying run at the plate. Baker taking a strike to make it 1-2. 4-2, Foresters leading St. Francis. Bottom of the fourth inning at Westendorf Field in Fort Wayne. 1-2, Baker. And coming in from center field, Tharp will make the catch. And that puts a bow on the fourth inning. A good fourth inning for Huntington, and they lead 4-2 going to the top of the fifth. SummitCitySports.com.
Recovery is more than getting you back to your sport. It's about building a stronger version of you. Our team of experts uses state-of-the-art technology to build personalized care plans that get you healthy and back in action safely. With no physician order needed, contact us directly to receive top-quality care exactly when you need it. Call 260-266-4007. Visit one of our Fort Wayne locations or go to psmsports.com to learn.
A change defensively for St. Francis. Courtney Serber is in the right field for the Cougars, and that appears to be the only change for St. Francis. So Pierce will come out. Serber is into the game and playing in right. It's 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order for Huntington. Hickel, Jess Duval, and then Maddie Goheen coming to bat after a 4-run fourth inning. Helped Huntington grab the lead here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. It is a 1-0 count on Casey Hickel. Hickel with a couple of ground outs today. Grounded out back to the pitcher and then to Baker at second. A chopper, right side of the infield. Shot will glove it and then takes it with her hand and takes it to the bag. 3 unassisted, 1 out in the fifth. Just Duval, third baseman, 3 spot in the order. And a first pitch strike in from Fuentes, 0-1. But back here on Thursday, 2 games against Taylor to round out the regular season at home. And then 1 week from today, Crossroads League tournament. This one was rifled down the left field line. It is 0-2. And you've got to be paying attention in foul territory. No balls and 2 strikes, 1 out, top of the fifth. Fuentes just off the outside corner, 1-2. Fouled back off the netting, remains a 1-2 count. Olivia Fuentes has worked all 4 innings so far, now 4 1/3. 1-2. Drop down in the zone, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get you a score update from Game 2 and other locations. This into foul territory, and St. Francis running out of room down the left field line. Second games of the doubleheader. Taylor leading Marion 6-3 in the top of the fourth. Looks like some of the live stats are having some trouble loading at other locations. There could be some weather due to that. As this one into right field is going to get past Serber. Duval will go all the way to third, and it's a 1-out base hit for HU. And over at third base is just Duval. Really looked like Serber misplayed that ball in right field. So probably a single and then an E9. That ball got past Serber. This one is popped up back towards right field again. Serber makes the catch. And a sacrifice fly will produce another run for Huntington to make it a 5-2 game as Jess Duvall scores from third. 2 down for Maddie Duvall. First pitch is a ball to Maddie Duvall, 1-0. Duvall flew out to left, walked and scored in the fourth. Now a 2-0 count. St. Francis trailing by 3. Top of the 5th. And now the count at 3-0 to Maddie Duvall. And a 4-pitch walk issued to Maddie Duvall. Brings Gabby Hypes up to bat with a runner at first and 2 away. Hypes with an RBI double in the last inning. First pitch low and in, ball 1. And 5 consecutive balls thrown by Fuentes. And Peyton Iliff go out and talk with her starting pitcher briefly. Just get a reset for St. Francis before the 1-0 to Gabby Hypes. Top of inning number 5, 2 down. Here is the 1-0. And that falls into the zone for a called strike. 1-1 to Hypes. An RBI double in the last inning. She's got 3 hits at the plate today between the 2 games. 1-1 from Fuentes in the air to center. Vigiano got it for out number 3. But more work to be done for the Cougars as we head to the bottom of the 5th. 5-2, Huntington with the lead over St. Francis. SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 5-2, Huntington leading St. Francis. As we welcome you back in to Westendorf Field. Hypes flying out to center to end the last inning, but St. Francis giving up one more run. It is 5-2. Bottom of the 5th. It's an 0-1 count on Peyton Iliff. 2, 3, and 4 in the batting order for St. Francis. This one runs up and in. 1-1 count to Iliff. Iliff Robakowski shot coming to the plate. Two 1 count. Shot fouls it away. Count remains at 1-2. Iliff walked in the third after grounding out to third in the first. 1-2. Iliff out to right field, and underneath it, Harbert is able to squeeze the glove on the first out of the fifth inning. One down in the fifth. Abby Robakowski, who has walked twice today, coming to bat for St. Francis. First pitch misses, ball one to Robakowski. One down, bottom of the fifth. Robakowski lifts this one in the air towards right center field, deep into center, back and gone. Solo home run for Abby Robakowski, and the second hit of the day for St. Francis against Hasselby. This one leaves the yard, and Robakowski now alone in first place. Her 21st home run of the season. That is the most in NAIA softball this year, and she's trying to get the rest of her team going with that swing as well. So it makes it 5-3 on Robakowski's solo home run. Again, for her, home run number 21 of the season. Haley Schott to stand in with one out, nobody aboard, back to a 2-run ball game. First pitch misses low and outside, ball one to Schott. Schott in a 1-1 count. Bottom of the fifth. Turns and fires one into left field. Base hit for Haley Schott, and the game's tying run now coming to bat for St. Francis in the form of Maddie Minnick. So Minnick coming to the dish. One out, bottom of inning number 5, and Minnick now representing the tying run in this game. Turn to bunt. Popped it up. It is foul. 0-1 to Maddie Minnick. Designated player Macy Dowd is in the on-deck circle. Oh, 1 just missing to Minnick. 1 ball and 1 strike. St. Francis with a run in the first, a run in the third, and 1 more here in the fifth. 4-run fourth inning for Huntington. And then 1 more run in the top half of this frame, totaling up to their 5 runs today. HU trying to get a split in the regular season series with St. Francis. 1-2. Up in the zone, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Minnick. 5-3 Foresters, bottom of the fifth. Hasselby, 2-2. Minnick in the air, finds a soft spot out in right center field. Schott will go from first to second, back-to-back hits. Make it 3 hits in a row now with that home run from Robakowski as well. 3 consecutive hits, back-to-back singles, and now Macy Dowd representing the go-ahead run for St. Francis here in the bottom of the 5th inning. It's already homered once today, her 7th of the season. First pitch swinging here, and it's going to land fair down the left field line into third. Shot is safe. And the bases are full of Cougars with just 1 out. It's Lena Vigiano coming to bat. Remember, Courtney Serber is in right field and is now in the on-deck circle. First pitch swinging on a line to second, throw to first, hit down, ball kicks away, and that's going to allow a run to score for St. Francis. Trying to make a good play there were the Cougars defensively, or were the Foresters defensively, but they end up throwing this away. It's a line drive to second for out number 2, but the error on the throwback allows Schott to score. Minnick moves up to third, Dowd to second. 2 outs in the inning for Courtney Serber. First pitch up high, ball 1. Serber's first at bat of game 2. 5-4, Cougars trailing in the 5th. Called strike, 1-1 on Courtney Serber. Runners in scoring position, 2 of them. Serber swings and misses to make it 1-2. Hasselby trying to get through the 5th and trying to keep Huntington in front. One, 2. Serber in the air to left field. Well struck. Courtney Serber hits it off the base of the fence, and St. Francis takes the lead. Serber, 2 RBIs on the double. It is a 4-run 5th inning for the Cougars. And just like that, St. Francis back in front, and Courtney Serber stepping up in a big way here in the 5th inning. And now the 9th spot in the order, Emma Howdeshell with 2 down and a runner at second. First pitch for Hasselby is up from Hasselby to Howdeshell, up in the zone, ball 1. Leadoff spot with Sam Baker due up next. It is a called strike to Howdeshell, 1-1. Gray skies here in Fort Wayne still, but in the bottom of the 5th, St. Francis coming through for 4 runs. That on a line to short, or on a line to third, is caught. We head to the 6th in a brand new ball game. St. Francis in front, 6-5.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Yeah, I guess so. Needed to go all the way to 1%. We welcome you back, top of the 6th inning, 6-5. St. Francis with a lead now on Huntington in the top of the 6th. And it is 7, 8, and 9 in the batting order for the Foresters. Gregory, Harbert, and then Tharp scheduled to hit in the 6th. Olivia Fuentes is back in the circle, and we've got ourselves another good ball game between the Foresters and Cougars. First pitch swinging into left center field. Vigiano with an incredible web gem play out in left center. Leaves her feet, makes a diving catch, and there is one away in the 6th. Best defensive play we've seen maybe all season long. Lena Vigiano shuts it down in left center field. Extended all the way to make that catch, and a huge first out for St. Francis here in the 6th inning. Off-speed pitch just missed outside to Harbert, 1-0. That defensive play could be the play that defines this game down the stretch as Harbert fouls it back, 1-1. Temperature still in the 70s, but it is getting a little bit cooler with the wind continuing to blow. 1-1. Off speed. Oh, just missed the zone. It is smaller zone. It's compact behind home plate here in game 2. Fouled away. Third base side out of play, 2-2 on Harbert. Olivia Fuentes with her team in front now 6-5. Outside count is full, 3-2 on Harbert. Top of the sixth, one down. On the ground to short, How to Shell, fields off the hop, throws to first. 2 down in the sixth. And now the ninth spot in the order, Carly Tharp, who has been one of the toughest outs today for Huntington. Tharp with a single in the last inning, a single in the third, sacrifice fly in the fourth. 1 for 1 today. First pitch swinging, pops this one up 0-1. Cougars will be at the top of the batting order in the sixth. Will they be looking for insurance or looking to regain the lead? That's the question. Fuentes just missing the zone there, 1-1. I would assume it would be Fuentes in the seventh, but we'll see. How to Shell to first, and a 1-2-3 defensive top half of the sixth inning. Cougars coming to bat, top of the order, bottom of the sixth inning. Right after this break, SummitCitySports.com, St. Francis looking for more.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Bottom of the sixth inning, top of the batting order for St. Francis as Sam Baker takes a first pitch ball, 1-0. Baker, Iliff, Robakowski, top three in the order for the Cougars as they try to add on here in the sixth, leading 6-5 over Huntington. Baker thought about bunting, pulled it back, takes ball 2. Positives for HU. It will be the top of the batting order for the Foresters when they come to bat in the seventh. They would like to keep this at just a 1-run deficit. And we've seen St. Francis this year in these spots more oftentimes than not come through with insurance runs. A reminder that Taylor will be here on Thursday for 2 humongous games in the conference standing. And who knows, St. Francis fans, you may be even cheering on Huntington here in a couple days as Baker gets this one over the head of the right fielder, Harbert. Sam Baker flying around the bases. She's into third, a leadoff triple for St. Francis. And the Cougar bats have come alive here in the late stages of this second game. And that is the one bat in this order for sure. If you are going to make a mistake defensively, it's got to be you played too far back, not you came too far in. First 2 steps were in, and this ball was over the head of Harbert like that, and Sam Baker can just absolutely fly around the bases. It's a leadoff triple for Baker, and it'll be a pitching change coming for the Foresters. We'll step aside for this pitching change as they'll go from Natalie Hasselby to Bethany Hasselby. New pitcher for the Foresters when we come back here on SummitCitySports.com.
Recovery is more than getting you back to your sport. It's about building a stronger version of you. Our team of experts uses state-of-the-art technology to build personalized care plans that get you healthy and back in action safely. With no physician order needed, contact us directly to receive top-quality care exactly when you need it. Call 260-266-4007. Visit one of our Fort Wayne locations or go to psmsports.com to learn.
Leadoff triple for Sam Baker leads to a pitching change by Huntington as the Foresters go to the bullpen, and it will be Bethany Hasselby, the new pitcher, 43.2 innings pitched this season with a 5.77 ERA. She's making her 17th appearance of the year, 14th in relief. 1-3 record, 25 walks to 20 strikeouts, or 20 walks to 25 strikeouts on the year for Hasselby. She has made 3 starts this season. Misses with this first pitch to Peyton Iliff, 1-0. Iliff turned to bunt and bunted this one foul. Count 1-1. We kind of talked about this before we went to that break with a pitching change, but the ability for St. Francis to bring in insurance runs in the 6th inning this year, especially at home, has been superb. They're looking to do it again. The bunt finds a perfect spot for Peyton Iliff, and it will be an RBI single on that bunt for Iliff to give St. Francis a 7-5 lead as Baker scores easily from third, and you could have not put that ball in a better spot if you rolled it out there. Perfectly placed bunt by Peyton Iliff. And now Robakowski with nobody down. We already saw her power in the last inning that got the spark St. Francis needed. First pitch down low, ball 1. Try to get you some score updates from the games that are going on. Again, do think that there's been some worse weather in certain areas. We don't see anything up on the live stats for Game 2 between Indiana Wesleyan and Bethel yet. Marion trailing Taylor 6-4 in Upland in the top of the 6th inning. Looks like Grace and Mount Vernon, as well as Bethel and IWU, have really yet to get those second games underway, unless both are having some internet issues, but we have not seen any score updates from there. Walk drawn by Robakowski, first and second. Nobody down for Haley Schott. Bunt for Schott, and it is foul. 0-1. First and second, nobody out, bottom of the 6th. St. Francis has already scored 1 run here in the 6th inning. Schott turning to bunt again. Got this one down on the third baseline. They throw to third and get the out. Able to cut down the lead runner, Duval to Duval on the fielder's choice. Out number 1, first and second, 1 down. And pinch hitter for St. Francis, Maddie Brady, a bat in place of Maddie Minnick here in the 6th. Brady at the plate this year, mostly in a pinch hit role. 6 for 17 on the season, but she did pick up a hit in her last pinch hit appearance. First pitch outside to Brady, ball 1. Again, still trying to get and see what kind of update we have from Indiana Wesleyan at Bethel in Game 2. I don't see anything yet. IWU will be at home against Marion tomorrow and then at home against Huntington on Saturday. It's like I said earlier, you may be rooting for the Foresters at the end of this week as the count moves to 3-0 on Maddie Brady. Robakowski at second, Schott at first. 3-0 to Brady is into the zone for a strike, 3-1. 4 runs in the 5th after St. Francis had 2 runs in the first 3 innings. That 4-run 5th bringing them back in this game as Brady draws the walk, loads the bases with just 1 out, And Macy Dowd coming to bat. Maddie Minnick come back into the game as Brady draws the walk, does her job. Quick conversation with Macy Dowd on her way back into the dugout. Bases full, one away for Dowd. 7-5 St. Francis. Struggled to get the bats going early today, but that resilience, that grit, never say die attitude that we've seen all year long from the Cougars comes through again. Trying to add a few more. Off speed, too high, 2-0. Robakowski at third, shot at second, Minnick aboard at first. Dowd takes a strike, 2-1. Lena Vigiano on deck. Bottom of the sixth, game 2 of the doubleheader. Final game of the regular season between these two teams. Too far inside to Dowd, 3-1 count, and now Huntington in a spot where they could walk in a run for St. Francis for the second time in this game. Just got the outside corner. Count is full on Macy Dowd, 3-2. Runners will not be on the move, just one down. 3-2. Minnick fouls it away. See at least one more. Hasselby, 3-2. Dowd rips it to left, but it is just foul. Remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Inning started with a leadoff triple for Sam Baker, which then led to a pitching change for Huntington. 3-2. Dowd takes up and in, ball 4, and a run walks in for St. Francis, makes it 8-5 as Robakowski scores from third. Back-to-back walks for the Cougars, and it's Lena Vigiano batting with the bases full and 1 down. Another right-handed arm is moving in the Huntington bullpen. Randy Casto is the one up and throwing. Casto, freshman from Eastbrook High School. Up in the zone to Vigiano, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bottom of the 6th inning, just 1 out and a 1-1 count on Vigiano with the bases loaded again for St. Francis. And Vigiano ahead in the count, 2-1. And you're seeing St. Francis as they've taken a much more patient approach at the plate here in the later stages of this game, and it is worked out. Vigiano in the air to center, catch is made, runner tagging from third, and into score standing on the sacrifice fly. 2 down. Sacrifice fly for Vigiano produces an RBI, out number 2, shot scores. Runners remain at first and second for Courtney Serber, whose 2 RBI double right now is the difference in this game. That's what made it 6-5. First pitch up in the zone from Hasselby, 1-0. Emma Howdeshell, the shortstop, be due up next. Off speed, down in the dirt to Serber, 2-0. Howdeshell on deck. She would be the 9th batter of the inning for St. Francis if we get there. Serber takes a called strike on 2-0. Serber pops it up, foul territory. Duval over at third makes the catch, but St. Francis tacks on 3 more runs in the 6th. That's a 4-run Cougar advantage as we head to the top of the 7th inning. 3 outs from St. Francis, getting a split today and winning the regular season series over Huntington.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The future is what you make it, so make it matter. At the University of St. Francis, we'll help you build a purposeful life, one based on your interests, goals, and desire to make the world a better place. Learning is personal here. You'll be known by name, supported by experts, and connected to professional opportunities. Our Catholic values will inspire you to use your education for the greater good by serving and leading others. Remember, the future is what you make it. Build a life of meaning and purpose at St. Francis. You belong here.
Top of the 7th, top of the batting order for Huntington. Mackenzie Klein leading things off against Olivia Fuentes. First pitch ball, 1-0. Klein, Hickel, and then Jess Duval coming to bat for the Foresters in the top of the 7th. Hickel takes and is ahead 2-0. Cougars led 2-0 after 3. Huntington then led 5-2 going into the bottom of the 5th inning as Klein sends one in the air to left. Minnick makes the running catch into left center field. 1 up, 1 down. Klein going to be held hitless here today, something that does not happen to her a lot. That above 450 batting average will tumble a little bit here at the end of the season. She goes 0 for 3 in this game against Fuentes. Did not pick up a hit in the first game either. 1-0 count on Casey Hickel. Designated player is 0 for 3 here in game 2. One-0 from Fuentes. Into the zone, called strike. We're even 1-1. Now 1-2. Fuentes ahead of Hickel. Just 1 strikeout in the circle today for Olivia Fuentes. But again, the contact has not been solid against her outside of a couple of pitches in the 4th inning. This one's coming back into play. 1-2 on Fuentes. 3 spot in the order. Jess Duval due up next. 1-2. Just up. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the 7th, 1 down. Fuentes, 2-2. On the ground to first. Shot, gloves it, takes it to the bag. And St. Francis is now away from a doubleheader split today, winning the season series against Huntington in the regular season and getting their 31st win of the year. Trying to go to 31-9, 27-5 in the Crossroads League with 4 games remaining. Off speed, just missed on that first pitch to Jess Duval, ball 1. Duval 2 for 3 in this second game with a pair of singles. Runs scored in the 5th. Called strike. 1-1 to Duval. 7 of the 9 runs for St. Francis coming in the last 2 innings offensively. Duval up and out of play, and it's a 1-2 count. Top of the 7th, 2 down. 1-2, Duval in the air towards center. Vigiano coming in, could not come up with it. It's a single for Duval. Runner aboard at first and 2 outs. Matty Goheen with 2 down and runner aboard at first. Goheen with a sac fly in the last inning, reached on an error in the 4th. This is popped up and out of play. 1-1 count on Goheen. Off speed. Man, just missing the zone. Now a 2-1 count. Back here next Tuesday for the play-in games of the Crossroads League softball tournament. 2-1 pitch misses up. 3 balls and 1 strike now on Goheen. St. Francis just needs an out here in the 7th, leading by 4. And a walk to Goheen. First and second, 2 down. And Goheen has been pinch run for already once today. If they bring her out here, cannot come back into this game. We will see, and it will be another pinch runner. Fisher to run for Goheen, it looks like. And that'll end the day for Goheen no matter what. She was already pinch run for earlier today. First and second, 2 down. 5 spot in the order, Matty Duval, the shortstop. Trying to keep this game alive for Huntington in the 7th. 9-5 St. Francis leading. First pitch outside, ball 1. Is down in the dirt, 2 balls and no strikes. It may be time for a mound visit potentially for Fuentes as well. 2-0 count. Duval takes a called strike to make it 2-1. Coach Jacobson moving in the dugout, thinking about a mound visit here, but Fuentes battling back with that pitch. Hold it off. Duval in the air to left at Minnick. She makes the catch, and this one is final. 9-5. St. Francis with a win over Huntington. Cougars get the victory and improve to 31-9 on the season. Now 27-5 in the Crossroads League this year. 14-2 on the home field as well for St. Francis, as the Cougars win 3 out of 4 this year over Huntington. We will come back and catch up with Coach Bolin after this extended break. We'll be back in about 90 seconds to talk things over with Coach Bolin and wrap things up today. Taylor coming to town on Thursday for 2 more. Huntington ends their regular season at Indiana Wesleyan on Saturday.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our cameras. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
The athletes has always been here, and they're getting better. I'm watching, Summit City Sports, man, they're doing an awesome job. And, I mean, that's a plug. Them dudes are doing an outstanding job. And I'm able to be in Nashville and watch games on YouTube that they're broadcasting, and I'm seeing the talent. And it is just truly outstanding. And, I mean, you guys have seen the talent that's in the NFL now from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the talent that's coming up now, and the talent that, is just here, man. It's really cool.
Developed for athletes of all sports, PSM's Edge training program is a personalized, high-intensity experience designed to help you outperform the competition. Whether you're looking to enhance your speed, strength, power, agility, or overall fitness, our expert training staff will build a program that adapts to your schedule while maximizing your overall performance. Now accepting athletes 12 years old and up. Get started today. Schedule your free evaluation at psmsports.com/edge.
Final score of Game 2, St. Francis 9, Huntington 5, SummitCitySports.com. Glad that you are with us. We'll catch up with Coach Bolin here momentarily. The one loss today, though, does hurt St. Francis, as Indiana Wesleyan playing Bethel today means that 2 games tomorrow for Indiana Wesleyan at Marion, at home against Marion, and then 2 more games on Saturday against these Foresters. 4 games remaining for St. Francis as well. They'll have 2 with Taylor here on Thursday. We'll have that broadcast for you. Jeff Mahoney will be here on the call for that one. And then 2 Saturday on the road at Marion. Conference tournament is here at St. Francis. Westendorf Field is the site, and we'll have those games coming up 1 week from today. It'll be the play-in games on Tuesday, and then the conference tournament officially getting underway with double elimination play after that, starting on Wednesday of next week. April 28th through May 1st is when the Crossroads League postseason tournament will take place. And the Cougars hoping that not only are they going to host, but they'll be the #1 overall seed going into that conference tournament. We'll see if that is the case when all is said and done at the end of this week, as Coach Bolin is making his way towards the dugout. He's got to direct a couple of people in the right direction to get the field prepared and ready to go for Thursday with 2 games against Taylor. And a chance we'll see some rain tomorrow, as Olivia Fuentes is getting that left shoulder worked on here at the end of the game. 7 strong innings from Fuentes today. 5 total runs scored by Huntington in Game 2. But it was not enough. St. Francis scoring 4 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Courtney Serber delivering what ends up being the game-winning RBIs for the Cougars in this one. Looks like Coach Bolin's got a couple of other things on his mind right now, so we'll leave him be. 31st win of the season, though, for St. Francis, and the Cougars 31-9 overall record, 27-5 in the Crossroads League with 4 games to play, and those 4 games restart on Thursday here at home against Taylor. Final score 9-5 in Game 2 after Huntington was victorious